Good morning, everyone. We have a number of bills to exec this morning. I believe that they are, I'm hopeful that they are the last remaining bills that House bills that we have to deal with this year. Then we will be done until we get the Senate bills. So we might have a few extra days off. Sorry to disappoint you in that regard. But maybe we can begin with the pledge. Representative Nato, would you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And we have two substitutes on our side for today, Representative Corzine and Representative Labrie. And they are replacing, as you can see, Representative Noble isn't here, and Representative Morse. So I think we can get started right away. There might be, we have some amendments coming, so we might have some time in between a little bit. But I think we can start with, how about House Bill 695, which was carried over from last week. And this is relative to school districts and medically related grants. And Representative Nato, did you have a motion on this bill?
Yes, I want to mention the IPL.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Can we pause for a minute, Mr.
Yes.
Chair?
Yep. Or second by Representative Terry. And our clerk is just getting paperwork together.
I don't have any paperwork on last week's stuff, just this week's stuff.
Right.
Is it last week's stuff?
No. Yeah.
But if you don't mind. Oh, okay. What, no, can we back up here?
Yeah.
This, I don't have these, or these bills.
So that, yeah, so yeah, there
I
is
grabbed the
one.
wrong.
But you'll have to.
So, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind repeating, because
No, not at all. So this is House Bill 695, relative to school districts and medically related grants. And the motion was from Representative Nato and second by Representative Terry. Representative, would you like to discuss your motion at all?
Just briefly, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So with this bill, looking at it, I think we believe this bill is vague in the language and even may undermine what is already in stature. And we don't want to jeopardize what we have at the moment. Maybe it could be clarified a little better down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Terry, anything to add?
Yes, and I am uncomfortable yet again with another mandate to school districts to have to adopt yet another policy that has been deemed beneficial by for all at the state level.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you. And Madam Clerk?
Thank
You.
So the motion on the table is ITL for bill number 695. Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzin,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Okay, so the ITL passes 18-0.
Thank you very much. Consent okay with everyone? Great. Thank you. Maybe we can next turn to 765. Hopefully, we'll have a lot smaller binders when we get the Senate bills. Seven 765 is consolidating school administrative units and making school superintendent jobs an elected position. Representative Freeman, would you have a motion on this bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would have a motion. I'd like to motion inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Freeman, would you like to discuss your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, while well-intended, this bill has too many questions, concerns, and we also have a bill that's coming in front of us today, HB 292, that I think might drill down on some of the tenets that were present in HB 765. So given that, it may be duplicative, and I think at this time, ITL would be the best recommendation.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. I would agree with Representative Freeman, but I'd also add, I think it's a mistake for us to move into that direction where school superintendents have to be thinking about election versus thinking about policy. And I think it's become a very difficult, slippery slope, and I appreciate the fact this is ITL.
Thank you. I'll mention that we do have yet to discuss today House Bill 292, which is SAU consolidation. So we'll take that up a little bit later. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, unless there's further discussion, Representative Selig.
Thank you. I just want to echo, I also believe and support the ITL. I just feel like this is a bill that takes away local control and that we need to have local school boards hiring the person they see as best suited to their particular school district.
Thank you. Anything further? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
This is House Bill 765. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative McConnell,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzin,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So the ITL passes 18-0.
Consent? Mr. Chair, will this be on consent?
Consent is okay? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn to House Bill 768, mainly because it's closest in my notebook. And this is allowing public school districts to contract with any approved private school. And I look to Representative Drive for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Terry. Representative Drive, do you have discussion on your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I do. If you look in the red books on page 478, there's RSA 189 has a cross-reference to 193.3, which is on page 539. The cross-reference contains the word non-sectarian, but in 2021, that word was removed from 199.3, Roman numerals 6 and 7. You can see that in the small print on page 540. So this is a language cleanup bill.
Thank you. Representative Terry, did you have any further comment?
Yes, it's my understanding that this committee is looking with consistency to providing the greatest educational opportunities for the children in our state. This bill advances that principle and that commitment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Balboni, I see you reaching for your microphone.
Yes, I will not be voting in favor of this bill. I do feel that there is a difference in the section of the law where it currently is and where it's being put that does actually change something significantly. And although I know that the language was changed in response to a determination by the Supreme Court, I do know that there are 2 other cases currently pending in the Supreme Court right now that I would rather wait to find out what the outcome of those are. So I will not be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none. Yes. Sure. Did you? Okay, great. Do we need to caucus? I don't.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. We can stay. you had an additional comment, to start things off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that there are actually, at minimum, 2 Supreme Court cases that have already been settled that discuss that. There's Espinoza case, and then there's Carson versus Macon.
Thank you. Further discussion from anybody? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, this is House Bill 768, allowing public schools to contract with any approved private school.
And the motion on the table is ought to pass. Vice Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Okay, so this, oh, excuse me, Chairman Cordelli.
Thank you. Yes.
So the ought to pass passes 10-8.
Thank you.
Regular.
So we'll have Representative Dry doing the majority report. Will there be a minority report? Yes. Okay, Representative Murray? And I take it ITL?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go back up to the top, I think, of the list, and House Bill 446, which is related to parental notice for non-academic surveys. Yeah. Representative Litchfield, did you have a motion on this?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass, please.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative McDonald? Would you offer any discussion on your motion?
I'd like to add an amendment, please.
Yes, you may. Yeah. Oh, 42.
And it's, the amendment is 0042.
Does everyone have a copy? Is there a second to the ought to pass motion on the amendment? Representative McDonald? Thank you. Discussion, Representative Litchfield?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is it adds the youth risk behavior survey to be opt-in so that we can continue to keep parents informed. We had much testimony on this, including 2 hearings. And at this point in time, they are actually looking, they as in the CDC, looking to move this survey possibly down to the middle school. I think it's very important that this be opt-in for many reasons. One of which is we never got a clear answer on exactly what programs do these dollars go to, how much money, who brings in the money, exactly how much of a survey sample do they need for it to be accurate. We heard maybe 60%, but it was inconsistent how they were to get to that 60%. Also, my concern in this survey is it actually feeds some ideas to children. I even went through the youth risk behavior survey for middle school, and it mentioned questions such as, have you considered cutting or burning? I think it's planting seeds in children's heads. Have you considered committing suicide? Have you made a plan? My concern is next to the survey is going to say, are you cutting horizontal or vertical? So it's more effective. So I have some real concerns here. So for that reason, I would like this survey to be opt-in, please.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Litchfield, for those words and your work on this. I will just add that as someone who took this survey twice while in high school, I did not see the value of it being the only survey in law that currently is opt-out as opposed to opt-in in the statute. And for those reasons, I'd just like to make it like all the other surveys, not specific for this extra survey, especially when we heard it may be going to the middle schools as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting no on the ought to pass for a couple of reasons, some of which include the ability to apply for grants at the state, local, and federal level. There are also private sector grants out there. So when we're talking about, quote, where the money is coming from, grants operate on sort of deadline basis for individuals to apply for them for a myriad of things across the state. And the opportunity that individuals would have to be able to apply for those could be critically jeopardized. And in a state where we have a very small revenue stream of different things, funding the things that we need regarding health supports in our local communities. We heard tons of testimony on regional support services that could be impacted by this. I will not be supporting the ought to pass motion.
Representative Woodcock.
Chairman Cordelli, I concur with the Representative Murray, but more heartily, I think this is an error by not allowing our local school district to provide sufficient number of folks taking the survey so that the data, the sample of the data can be large enough that they have representative accuracy in the results. If we get below that margin of numbers not taking it, there's clearly there's all kinds of data or research on opt-in versus opt-out. We know that. But the reason this is opt-out is such an important survey. All the other academic surveys that suggest a more less beneficial to the system than this. And I think the other part that's particularly important is when this data is disaggregated, the only person who gets to see that is the school superintendent. And we don't know who did it or why. We do know though, when the school superintendent gets to see that data for his school district, he can say, wow, we're moving in the wrong direction with what we're doing curricular-wise, we're moving in the right direction, or we see a trend here for students saying they're more involved in something that's probably not healthy for them or less. I think that's really important guidance for the superintendent to move his school district forward. We take those tools away if we don't have that data. Opt-in is not going to provide the sufficient number of people. Without the sufficient number of people, the data is not accurate, and then we're not going to be, well, in addition to the grants, as Representative Murray said, I think this is a really, really huge mistake. And having been a health teacher at one point in my career, I think this information is critical because it's pertinent to our students today. And the middle school was a voluntary piece of the school board and not attached to this or required. This is a high school. This is a high school survey. Thank you.
Right, but I believe it's started in the middle school also. I was looking at the middle school survey last night myself.
And that was, if I recall, Representative Corder, that was optional though, for school boards to accept the middle school.
Okay.
But I may be wrong. I was in '63.
I thought it was earlier than that. Representative Selling.
Thank you. So two things. One is, as a parent of a child who actually took the YRBS last week, I can talk about the fact that, you know, she was able to tell me she got frustrated with it, so she stopped taking it partway through. So students do have the option to not complete the survey in any way they choose. But also, we started receiving notification in November every week. Someone had expressed a concern about parents not being notified. Every single weekly email we have received from our school principal has said that the YRBS will be given March 10th. It talks about what it covers, including adolescent health behavior changes over time, identifying emerging issues and plans, and gives the best picture of what's going on at a national, state, and local level, that it's used to inform the school and community programs. And then they talked specifically about some of the programs they were able to change in our community as a result of the YRBS survey, providing some different supports for our students who, as we know, have had varying levels of challenges over the years that have had different types of fluctuations. And so I would not support this amendment in any way. I don't support the bill either. I think we have been doing a lot of talking about how we need to tell people what to do, but I think that information is being given, and it's really, people need to take responsibility for reading the information that is given to them.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think DHHS was pretty specific that 60% is the number that they need for it to be valuable, and that we are now at 65%. So if just a few less take it, the data won't be as worth as much as it was before. We did have chiefs of police. We had people from different programs saying how important the information to them was. And we also had someone from the director of Getting to Why, who just got a grant from the governor and council to do their program, and the governor and council knew that they were using the results from the youth risk survey to base their program on. So obviously the governor and council find it a valuable tool to do it. And also the school boards vote in public at a public meeting whether they should be giving this in their schools. So if people don't like it, school board agendas are public. They can go and give their opinion to their school boards at that time. So I think it's pretty transparent about what's going on. The information's online. Notice is given to parents. It's not a surprise to anybody that their student will be taking it. So I will be voting no on the ought to pass.
Representative Terry?
Yes, I find it somewhat disconcerting and distressing to hear opponents of this amendment indicate that they are quite sure, as they see into the future, unlike me, and know for certainty that there will not be a sufficient number of parents who opt in their students to make the survey results meaningful. My understanding is that schools and parents are to be acting in partnership, in concert with one another. I've heard that over and over again in this committee. And yet there seems to be an inherent, an intrinsic mistrust of parents that is expressed from time to time by members of this committee. And I'm very saddened by that. I think that the burden is upon the school to convince parents that this would be a good thing for their students, their children, and for the students to participate in. Failing to do that indicates that there's a more serious problem.
Thank you, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to remind the members of the committee that we did have Representative Edwards come in and testify. He stated that he was a former certified international data privacy person, and he stated in a commercial world it is highly unethical to require an opt-out. The ethical way is an opt-in. Another concern that I have too is we continue to hear over and over again that parents just need to talk to their children. So they shouldn't have access to the child's library records. The school can, let's say, well, I guess my point is in this survey, can't they just talk to their children directly? I know I talk to my children directly and I say, please don't ever start taking drugs because it's a slippery slope and it's very difficult to get out of that. Please don't ever just take a random pill. It could be laced with fentanyl. So my point is, why are we having the schools handle this survey? I'm also not comfortable with people that come in to testify when some of them, their job depends on the results of the survey.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to say that I think that at a time when mental health wellness is something that our state, for the last 6 or 8 years, I'm now in year 7, our state is continuing to work on expanding resources to youth. the amount of data that we get regarding what topics and what things our students are struggling with. I have seen in my constituency time after time requests for either peer support helps or a myriad of other things. This information is presented first at a national level. With regard to convincing schools being charged with convincing parents, this is not what this conversation is about. This is about making sure that we have an appropriate level of resources and data to back up our informed decisions, implementing the programs that our youth have specifically asked for.
Thank you. I'll just point out that I went through the middle school survey last night also, and I remember some of the questions on this are questions we've discussed in the past. For instance, how do you describe your weight? For a sixth grade girl, I'm not sure about that, especially with it following up with the question about what are you trying to do about your weight. I think that might be problematic for a young girl. And then another one that I had not seen before, the question was, when you go to sleep for the night, do you usually have an electronic device, television, computer, etc., with you in your room? Yes or no? I'm not sure what that has to do with anything, whether you have a TV in your room. It's not, is your video game on, or is your television on when you go to sleep? Is there something in your room? I have no idea what purpose that serves. If this is being made available optionally right now to middle school schools, I'm not sure how you get to the 60% statewide to make it valid for a middle school survey. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very brief. I think it's important to remind everyone what this bill is about. This is not about taking away the survey. It's not about allowing the districts not to administer the survey. This is strictly a bill that addresses an opt-in, opt-out. Instead of an opt-out, it should be an opt-in, which is determined by the parent. So I think that we need to stay focused on what this bill is really about. All it is allowing parents to opt in. Again, that is the ethical thing to do, and we all talk about transparency. This is transparency.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a mental health expert at all, but from the folks we heard out there, from NAMI, from, you mentioned the police chief, the health and wellness coordinator, mental health wellness, they're the ones that said they need this data. They're saying they need the data and they need it to be opt-out. I have to believe that. I mean, this is about mental health. It's a crisis in our state and in our country, and that's all I have to say. I'll be voting
Thank you.
no.
Any further discussion on the amendment? If not, Madam Clerk, this is the amendment 0042H to House Bill 446.
The motion on the floor is ought to pass for that amendment.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative LaBrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment passes 10-8.
Representative Litchfield, did you have a further motion?
Yes, please. I would like to make the motion of ought to pass as amended, please.
Is there a second? Representative McDonald. Thank you. Representative Litchfield, anything further?
No, thank you.
Anybody else have anything further on the OTPA motion? Seeing none, whenever you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Okay, so Vice Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tanzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
Nope.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So the ought to pass as amended passes 10-8.
Yes. Yes. Representative Litchfield, you'll do the majority report and Representative. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Representative Kluger will do the minority report, and I take it will be ITL. Okay, thank you. Yes, yes.
I just want to follow up and say, by voting for this, voting against this has nothing to do with distrusting parents. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn next to House Bill 741. And this bill is allowing parents to send their children to any school district they choose. And I'll pass the gavel to Vice Chairman Dry.
Thank you. For House Bill 741, I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Terry. Any discussion on your motion, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Basically, this expands the current statute for open enrollment, basically making every public school an open enrollment school. We've heard that in discussion with the Education Freedom Account program that public funds should stay in public schools, and this allows that to happen, and that a child whose parent, for instance, was a teacher in another district could attend school where that parent was teaching, or closer to where one of the parents worked, or if the other public school had programs better suited to their educational purposes, that would be worked out also. And I'll note that if the child is going to an out-of-district public school, transportation is not mandated to be provided by that the resident sending school district, and that the funding mechanism is the same as currently in law, and also is the same as a Senate bill put forward by a Democratic senator related to career and technical education centers. I think that's my comment at this point, Madam Vice Chair. Yes.
We want to comment for that first.
Okay. Oh, see if they.
Yeah, Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you. Having an undergraduate degree major in economics and a lifelong interest in economics, I am disposed to be favorably inclined when there is a proposition put forward that increases competition and maximizes freedom of choice. I found historically the record is overwhelming that when we give freedom of choice and we maximize competition, we improve excellence at all levels. It's human nature to want to exceed when one is faced with a competitor. And therefore, I'm philosophically in favor of this, enthusiastically supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to hold discussion on the ought to pass motion and go for the amendment, which was my mistake, not asking for that immediately. Okay. So Representative Cordelli, do you have a motion on an amendment?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to offer to pass on Amendment 0336H. This dates back.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Yeah. Three three six, yeah, 0336H. Representative Cordelli, would you like to address the amendment?
Thank you. Yes, this amendment corrects really an oversight in the original bill related to the children of military personnel. And this was brought to my attention by the representative from the Department of Defense who came to testify, and I believe indicated there were something like 800 children of active military personnel in New Hampshire. So we wanted to make sure that the amendment added back in the provisions for those families.
Any discussion? Any discussion from the second?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, thank you.
Any discussion on the amendment? Yeah, Representative Gaboni.
I just have a question on the amendment. It says that the military students are not on section G, line 12. It says the receiving district is that the receiving district has to take military students regardless of available capacity. Is that correct?
Yes,
Representative Cordelli.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Representative Murray.
sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a question as well. With regards to the top portion of the amendment, I fully understand. I did have a question regarding lines 26 through 28. Is that relative to military parents, or is that any parent providing transportation to a specific bus stop on an existing route, receiving of the receiving school or district? The district shall provide parents with the information regarding transportation options.
That's for any child.
Any child.
Representative Cordelli.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay, so that's so that's any student.
Follow up.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. So you're stating that's any student, not just relative to military family.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment?
Yeah. Could we caucus?
Sure. Caucus, yes, absolutely.
I hope it's more copies. Could you look up?
discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, we will now vote on to pass on the amendment 0336. Madam Clerk?
Okay, Vice Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzin,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So the amendment passes 18-0.
Thank you. Now we'll discuss the, Representative Cordelli, would you like
Yes.
to make a motion?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to move ought to pass for House Bill 741 with the approved amendment 0336H.
Is there a second? Representative Terry. Representative Cordelli, would you like to speak to the motion?
Nothing further?
Representative Terry?
The adoption of the amendment does not change any of the comments that I made with respect to my earlier comments, thinking that we were further along than we were. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Woodcock?
This is just my lack of understanding. I'm looking at, on the main bill, page 4, I'm looking at the part that specifically the part of funding.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I have to go through chair. Mr. Chair, may I give Representative Cordelli a question?
Yes.
Thank you. So on 23, the line 23, when it says 80% of that district's average cost, so that is referring to which district?
Representative Cordelli?
You're looking at lines 22, 23?
Yeah, 23, yeah, halfway across. I reread this gazillion times, I keep
The
on,
resident district.
of the district they're coming from.
Yes,
So that means when it says not less than 80% of that district's average,
right. Yes,
because preceding that, it says the receiving district.
right.
So the
Right.
receiving district in amount equal to not less than 80% of that district's average, that's the receiving district. So if I'm, that's why I'm confused here. If I'm receiving, because the line right before that, with the prepositional phrase of that receiving district, an amount equal to not less than 80% of that district's average. So if I'm the receiving school,
Right.
and I charge $40,000 a year, and the sending school charges $20,000 a year. So if I'm the sending school, am I paying 80% of the 20, which would be out of my school district? Or it says receiving school district, receiving district, not equal to 80% less than that district's average. 80% less than 40,000 is significantly different than 80% less than 20,000.
Right.
Representative Cordelli?
If
And I'm not trying to be wise, I'm
right,
really
no,
confused on this.
right. If there is another piece of legislation that does address that point. I would like to look that up. That was in a different committee. And just verify the answer to that question for you.
Prior to the vote,
Follow up?
Yes,
I appreciate that. Thank you. 'Cause I think that's a significant piece to this.
I'll
Thank
look
you.
that up. Right.
Thank you, Rosa.
Okay.
So,
Representative Cordelli, continue.
could we recess this exec hearing until I have a chance to look that up and move on to the next bill and come back to this one, if that's agreeable?
Thank you.
No, we're going to take a recess then, so we can take this. Do you want to take a recess?
No, we can
We're
move
gonna
on to the
recess
next
the-
one and then
okay,
come back to this.
So the hearing for, or the vote on House Bill 741 is in recess.
Um,
I'm going to put the gavel back to Representative Cordelli. maybe.
Do you want to keep it? Move on to 90.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did just have a procedural question. So the underlying vote on the amendment still stands, and then the rest of it just is held now in recess. Is that correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Right, right. And if I could just mention that in a little, we'll try and take another bill or two, but then I have 3 amendments and possibly a 4th amendment that I can pass out to everybody. And while you're going over those, I'll do the research on 741, if that sounds okay.
Okay, I'm going to open the hearing then on House Bill 90. And I'm going to look for a motion from Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 90.
Second from Representative Freeman. And Representative Cordelli, do you have a further motion?
I think that there are actually 2 amendments to this bill. So maybe someone else would like to move their amendment first.
Recognize Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to introduce Amendment 0203H.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Cornell. Yeah. All right, would you like to speak to the amendment, please?
I would, thank you. This amendment, and actually before I do that, do we find where the extra copies are? Oh, you folks all have these side by side? Okay, perfect, great. So this amendment was in response to the, when Chairman Ladd introduced his bill. There was confusion. So I'll back up and say, I was on the committee of conference for this, for the same language that he introduced. And the concern was, the intent of the bill was about dual or concurrent enrollment programs. Yet those words weren't even in the original legislation. So from that, Representative Luno and Chairman Ladd had agreed that they would sit down and try to come up with an agreement that would cover the intent of the bill. And that's what this is right here. This is the Ladd-Luno amendment. And it added the dual or concurrent enrollment. So if you look at the side by side, they added D, letter D. They're only authorized to teach approved college dual or concurrent enrollment courses in the high school that have the same quality and rigor as the courses offered on campus at the sponsoring college or university. That's the main difference. I have to say on letter 4, on the part-time teachers are subject to versus shall practice the principles identified in, I'm not sure why that was changed, but I think the main difference between the original bill and the amendment is letter D. And I think it speaks to the intent of the bill. It was to address the teacher shortage problem, and I think it will do that. And I think that we should pass this amendment. And give me one more thing. I think the whole bipartisan activity on this is very important. You know, constituents keep saying, why can't the Republicans and Democrats get together and come to an agreement on something? And this is a classic example of that. And so I will be voting for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cornell,
Nope, I agree with what Representative Hall say. I think it's really important to keep it to the college dual and concurrent enrollment courses because that was the intent of the original bill, even though it didn't have it in it. So I think we should honor what the bill sponsor intended and put into his amendment.
further discussion. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. in relation to the original bill, it was House Bill 1298 from last year. And there was an amendment to that bill which passed the Education Committee 20-0 and was on the consent calendar. And included in that amendment was the provision, and I'll read it: a public school or school district in the state shall employ an individual to work as a teacher on a part-time basis for less than 20 hours per week in a local or statewide shortage content area. And then it went into further the qualifications for that part-time teacher. So I think that the House position that went to the Committee of Conference was actually for part-time teachers to be employed also by a public school district.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the comments that were said previously, I do admire the bipartisanship of this amendment. But that being said, I recognize that we have a teacher shortage in a lot of subjects, not just our dual and concurrent enrollment. So whether it was the intention of the sponsor or not to present a bill that did not say it has to be for the dual concurrent enrollment, the bill in front of us did not say that. And I think would be remiss to offer an amendment and support one that limits it when we have a teacher shortage in a number of areas. So that reason, I appreciate the amendment attempt, but I personally will not be supporting it. Thanks.
Further comment? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to say on the Committee of Conference, the language on this Ladd-Luno amendment is what we agreed on in the Committee of Conference. It's not what we saw in language, but we saw was what is the original bill. But verbally, this is the intent of the Committee of Conference agreement that we had. Thank you.
Representative Murray, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the other things that I want to make sure that we are honoring here is with the bipartisan Ladd-Luno amendment here. I think it does speak to the fact that the dual and concurrent enrollment program is something that we have that our students use quite frequently, and we want to make sure that that continues to be an option for our students. So with the to the same comments, though I wasn't on any of the Committee of Conference agreements, I hear Representative Hall and I support the amendment.
Okay. Yep. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. There must be somebody else.
Actually, I saw you going like this, but you were fixing your hair.
Very nice job there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli is correct. Last year, the bill that was supported in the committee dealt specifically with critical shortage areas. We heard last year about the need, particularly in the North Country, in certain areas, sometimes special ed or in math often, and making that consideration. And everyone knew that that's what we're trying to do at that point. That was the intent of that. It wasn't intended to go public school. It wasn't intended to go K-12. It was intended for those schools that have critical shortage areas that they can't find teachers for. That being said, the Ladd-Luno amendment is very clear. It follows exactly what Representative Ladd, the initiator of the initial bill, spoke to, although he didn't clarify very well in the language of the bill. By adding in, expanding, as Representative Cordelli was talking about now, this changes the whole tenor of this bill. This changes this from what its intent was to, particularly for career technical schools and those at school that use the program with a college, junior college. It just changes the whole tenor of this bill. This is a whole, with that change, it makes it a part-time teacher, 20 hours a week, anybody, welcome to come. And I think that's tremendously different than the intent of this bill. Thank you.
Further comment, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would have to agree with you. I think it is a significant change. But that being said, under the provisions of the bill, the teacher would have passed a background check, be qualified to teach the subject, for whatever reason, only available on a part-time basis. And I would say, wouldn't we rather have that person in the classroom than no teacher at all, the course not being offered? And to say otherwise, I don't think that's in the best interest of the students if now they're not able to take a course because there is no teacher. I'd rather a part-time teacher than no one.
Any further comment? All right, seeing none, we're going to take a vote on Amendment 0203H. Madam Clerk,
So this is ought to pass on this
ought to
amendment.
pass on the amendment.
Vice Chairman Dry,
No.
Representative Terry,
No.
Representative Labrie,
No.
Representative Freeman,
No.
Representative Litchfield is no. Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Tenzar,
No.
Representative Corzine,
No.
Representative Nato,
Nope.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes, on the ought to pass.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
No.
So, okay, so this amendment fails 10 to 8.
8 to 10.
I'm just saying. No, that's okay.
8 to 10.
Okay. The amendment fails, 8 to 10, and I ask Representative Cordelli to entertain another motion.
Thank you. I would like to offer Amendment 0912H ought to pass.
Is there a second? Thank you. Representative Freeman. Representative Cordelli, would you like to speak to it?
Yes. Thank you. This bill adds to the definition of part-time teacher, and I'll quote, has expertise or significant professional experience to teach in a subject area offered by the school or district or an approved dual and concurrent enrollment course. So it adds back in the traditional schools courses may employ a part-time teacher as well.
And Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have nothing to add to that.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some significant concerns around how the language is written in the in Section D, where it's kind of a run-on where it says the subject area offered by the school or district or an approved dual or concurrent enrollment course. And it says has expertise or significant professional experience. And it doesn't really enumerate what the words significant professional experience are. And so I do have some concerns around that, and that's opening the door for some interpretation as to what that actually means. So for that, I will not be supporting this amendment.
Further comment? Representative Woodstock. Woodstock. Woodcock. Thank you.
Happy St. Pat's. A question for the sponsor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli, I just want to be clear on C, line 11,
Okay.
your amendment.
Mm-hmm.
So under the provision of this amendment, the person has to already be employed as a full-time or part-time adjunct member of the university system.
Correct. Correct.
That's the limitation.
Right. Right. Yeah. With the normal background check and everything else. Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Okay.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, just one small point of clarification here. In Section B, where it says seeks a criminal history record check, does that mean that it has to be completed and come back and it's a dispositive, yes, there is no concern there? Or when that says seek, it's not entirely clear to me that that's
Right.
a fully completed background check.
Representative Cordelli?
Yes, I would expect that a local superintendent, as part of the employment background check, would make sure it was a completed background check and was up to the standards they expected for their personnel.
Further comment? Representative Paul?
Question.
Or further questions?
Could you tell me, is this only for high school? As I read it, like, that sentence is pretty long and got a lot of ors in there. So is it only high school, or it could be middle school, it could be anyone?
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Yes, it does not specify or limit to high school in this language.
Further questions?
Go ahead.
Representative Woodcock?
I'm looking to follow up on Representative Hall's question over here. I'm looking online into 14 and 15. And when that says in the high school.
Yeah, that's where dual and concurrent courses would be offered.
I understand it, but.
Follow up.
Just answer. Thank you. Yes, may I please?
Yes.
Thank you. I thought that your answer to Representative Hall. I thought your answer to Representative Hall, Representative Cordelli, was that it was any grade level, but as I'm reading 14 and 15, it seemed to me that it's only applicable to the high school. Which would make sense.
Course in the high school that has the same quality and rigor as courses offered on campus at the sponsoring college or university. Yes, I might agree with the question that it would be high school.
Okay, so Representative Hall was correct.
I believe so.
Thank you. One for you. Thank you. Okay.
Further questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am curious to know whether or not this has the potential of impacting any other like CBU contracts or anything like that. It says up to 20 hours a week. At what point? So if a part-time teacher that has significant professional experience reaches that 20-hour threshold, does that render them ineligible then to continue to teach that course, or then does somebody else step in, or yeah, what does happen? And I guess could this impact CBUs for full-time staff?
Representative Cordelli?
Yes, they, this and if is basically the same as in the original bill, that they can work up to 20 hours per week. So that they would be offering instruction in a course that was limited in that regard.
Further comments or questions? All right, seeing none, we'll take a vote on the motion of ought to pass on Amendment 0912H. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Vice Chairman Dry.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative LeBrie.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is a yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Corzine.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So the amendment passes 10-8.
All right. Amendment is adopted 10-8. And I'm going to turn to Representative Cordelli for a further motion.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass as amended with Amendment 0912H.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman? Representative Cordelli, would you like to speak to the motion?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Representative Freeman, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments or questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this underlying amendment that was just passed replaces the entirety of the underlying bill, I will be voting no on OTPA.
Further comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call for a vote on OTP as amended on HB 90. Madam Clerk.
I'd just like to confirm, this is on House Bill 90 on Amendment 0912H. Ought to pass as amended, okay.
Yep.
Vice Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig.
Nope.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So ought to pass as amended does pass 10-8.
Okay, and I so declare it. Is there a report author for majority?
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, and a report author for minority, Rep. Hall and ITL? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, regular calendar,
Yes, regular calendar has to,
just clarifying.
thank you.
Want to make sure. I got my own report.
All right.
I gotta do.
Want to do that? Yeah, if you would like, we can take a break up. We have a few more bills to take care of. I have 3 amendments currently that I will pass out, and you can peruse them during, let's say, a 15-minute break. Is that okay?
Mr. Chair, for the sake of clarification, being as it's 11:11, instead of 15 minutes, could we take 19 and just come back at 11:30 so that we've got an easy time to remember?
I'll
Yes.
second that. I'll
Thank you.
second that.
Objection.
I know, seriously.
Second that.
You could be late and early also. Okay, that was that one.
if you're in this room, it's early, all
Sweet.
right?
Keep that one going.
Okay.
We're almost in a different time.
We have enough time.
I think so.
I lost 35 pounds. Boney Maroney.
Different bill.
Boney Maroney. Thank you, Paul, because we were very concerned about that.
There you go.
Representative Freeman.
This was on you, right?
Yep. Okay, we're going to reconvene the vote on House Bill 741. We were at OTP as amended, and the question was, what does that mean?
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to recognize Representative Cordelli to explain what he found.
Yes. House Bill 771 was passed by the House and is now on its way to the Senate. And I'll read from that bill. 194D5 funding. There shall be no tuition charge for any pupil attending an open enrollment school located in that pupil's resident district. For an open enrollment school authorized by a receiving school district, the pupil's sending district shall pay the receiving district an amount equal to not less than 80% of the sending school district's average cost per pupil. So it's the sending, right? And if Representative, sorry to demote you, Superintendent Broderick is here from the, if you'd like to come up, he is from Prospect Mountain School District in Alton, and they are an open enrollment school and are going through this process. If you press the silver button, right. My understanding is that you are an open enrollment school and have talked with several other districts about accepting their students. Is that the situation?
We are in our second year of operating an open enrollment school under RSA 194D, and we currently have either 19 or 20 students who do not reside in our catchment area attending Prospect Mountain High School.
And the language I just read from 771, is that the way it is operating in your area?
It is consistent. What you just read would be a change to the language of the existing law, but it's consistent with the way we've interpreted the existing law. So we base our invoices on 80% of the student's district of residence per pupil cost from the previous year. So the audited number that typically comes out from the Department of Education around the first week in January each year. So we bill at the end of the year based on that number.
Representative Selleck, do you have a question for the superintendent?
I do. Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious whether, in a typical year, how your district's per pupil spending was prior to this change compared to the sending districts. Is it that you've typically been above or below those districts, or has it been a variety in some capacity?
My school board went to its legislative bodies asking to adopt the provisions of the RSA specifically in response to declining enrollment at our high school. So due to that declining enrollment, our per pupil cost has been creeping up and up. We haven't seen the returns yet that would affect that in terms of offsetting, with revenue, offsetting our costs in the future. But pretty simple math would suggest that we should see a stabilization in cost as we expand, if we expand the open enrollment program.
You follow up or you? Okay. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, welcome. Just curious, where are who are the sending schools?
So
You're down the Wolfboro area, right? I know where it is, but.
yeah, I'm allowed to just keep going? Thank you. This is not what I thought I was doing today. Thank you all so much for the opportunity. It's okay. So we're located in Alton.
Yeah.
And our catchment area includes Alton and Barnstead.
Right.
There are today students walking the halls of Prospect Mountain High School who reside in New Durham, Gilmanton, Pittsfield, Epsom, Rochester. And I think that's it today.
Follow up?
Thank you. So the parents provide the transportation on that?
They do.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, are you in litigation over any of this right now?
We are not.
Prospect Mountain?
We are not, but if I can I'm trying to understand the intent of your question, so I want to be fully transparent. There are some parents who have gone to the State Board of Education with complaints because their districts have informed the parents that they don't think they participate in open enrollment and they don't intend to pay tuition. So there is some litigation. Currently, there's a case before the New Hampshire Supreme Court. It is between the Pittsfield School District and the State Board of Education.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So my question to you was, I think you had mentioned something about you are in current, quote, negotiations, discussing enrollment opportunities with other entities in your opening statement here. Are those public or non-public sessions that you're referring to?
So my school board is not currently negotiating private tuition agreements with any other school boards. They have attempted to do so in the past. Under the open meeting RSA, those negotiations can take place in non-public session because neither school district, neither party needs to reveal its strategy essentially in that business negotiation. But also in the open meeting, public meeting RSA, once those negotiations have concluded, the records need to be made public before such a agreement is made.
Any other questions? Representative Terry?
I was just going to express concern that we were beginning to wander from the original question that was posed to Superintendent Broderick about how the calculation is determined with respect to sending and receiving. And we're beginning to move into a broader discussion of the open enrollment experience at Prospect Mountain. So I'm glad that the questions have come to an end. Thank you.
Point taken. Any other questions? I think we're pretty much, thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion ought to pass with amendment. Representative Hall.
I gotta just make sure I'm talking about the right thing. In terms of open enrollment, the bottom line is it's really got a negative impact on local communities, school districts, taxpayers. The budgeting process, I would think, would be a logistical nightmare. And it increases the divide between the haves and the have-nots. And then when we talk about transportation, the parents that can't afford to send their kids to that school, they can't afford the transportation. It's just a nightmare to me. Special ed, enrollment numbers, nobody knows quite what's going on. So I will be voting no on that. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Selig.
Thank you. I concur with Representative Hall. I also have concerns. I know, like in our district, we're working on raising funding because we're actually having a surplus of students in our elementary school at the moment. And we're out of space for those students. But we have other towns very close to us where those towns have put in very strict caps on spending that I worry about the way the impact of that town if they're sort of forcing their kids into our district, or if our kids, like just how it all goes again, if we manage to get the space, we'll then technically have more space, but that doesn't mean it's appropriate for us to bring in additional children for all sorts of reasons. And so while I want to make sure that we are adequately funding and sufficiently funding, more than adequately, but sufficiently funding every school in the state, and I believe state funds should go to that, I just see this as a bill that pulls money out of some towns and sends it to towns that may not need it and also may not compensate in a way that's appropriate. And so I can't support the bill the way it's written or amended.
Further comments? Seeing none, we're going to call for a vote. The motion on the floor is ought to pass with amendment 0336H. Madam Clerk?
Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So this passes, ought to pass as amended 10-8.
Majority report, Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
and minority report, Representative Hall and ITL.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to House Bill 50. And that was one of the amendments that was handed out in our break. Amendment 1029H. One zero two nine. Okay. Look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I move ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Nato. Representative Cordelli, do you have a further motion?
Yes, I would like to move ought to pass on amendment 1029H.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman. A representative, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. This amendment does several things. First, it repeats that nothing in the section should be construed to prohibit discussion by educators or others. That's a change to add by educators or others as part of a larger course of academic instruction, the historical existence of ideas, subjects identified in this section. It indicates in Roman 3 that prohibitions apply only to teaching instruction targeting members of any racial group, but not limited to, and it enumerates several groups. So that's including but not limited to. As we previously discussed in Roman 4, intentional or knowing is a very important addition to the language for this bill. And that is carried forward also with Roman 5 with the addition of intentional or knowing. And you can see that 4 and 5 were actually flipped. And first comes Roman 4, makes sense, I guess, that this is in relation to reporting to the Department of Education on the matter of educator code of conduct. And that is followed by a person aggrieved and their options in terms of civil action or human rights complaint. Then in Romans 6, it adds that discrimination shall not be justified by special considerations for any racial group, but that the intent of this section is to equally protect all citizens from discrimination regardless of race. So that is the change, or that is the changes to this legislation.
Representative Freeman, anything to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't really have anything to add to Chair Cordelli's comments on this. I agree with him wholeheartedly.
Questions or comments on the amendment? Representative Woodstock?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. I will always say that now, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. I'm looking at line 26 through 28. Well, actually, I'm looking at line 27. So does that mean that the bill that was just passed 10-8 on HB 90, that all those people working 20 hours a week are not required to be obligated to fulfill this?
I'd have to go back and,
Line
Look at-
27 says,
right,
and in HB 90, it says the whole point of it, they aren't certified.
right. Those positions do not require certification.
That's correct.
They are adjunct faculty.
Well, the part-time. May I, Madam Chair?
Oh, follow up, yes.
Thank you. They're part-time teachers for 20 hours per week, up to 20 hours per week.
Right.
Under the HB 90 bill that you just passed, that was passed 10-8, they would not be obligated to adhere to this regulation because you have, or someone has, I guess you have one, that requires certification by the state board. And they aren't certified. So it's like it's a bill that only involves half the people, or less, depending on how many put there.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman, question?
Representative Terry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So would it not in fact be correct to understand that the reason that the part-time teachers were not included in this amendment to HB 50 would be because although that amendment as a bill as amended has passed this committee, it has not been considered by the full body, let alone become law. So therefore, it would be premature to include a group in this amendment that doesn't even exist yet, so to speak. So we'd have to wait for that bill to be passed and enacted into law, and then later on, they could be included in this provision a year or two from now. But you can't get the cart before the horse. Thanks.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. I understand the verbiage, but I would disagree with you in that if you know you have a bill that's coming forward that's not totally complete, you shouldn't bring it forward. Because you just passed HB 9, it says it's only one group. So this is taking anybody who's employed based on HB 90, and they're not responsible to this bill. So neither one of us passed. I understand what you're saying, Representative, but the reality is this bill now identifies a subgroup of teachers in our school system that do not have to follow along with this. And to say after it becomes law, there's a great issue. I just think that's a significant void in this. But I understand your rationale. It's very good. I just think it's wrong.
Representative Selly.
Following up just in terms of some of the technicalities of this bill and looking at line 25, where it says, or 24 and 25 in the amendment where it talks about freedom from discrimination regardless of race. I wonder about other protected classes so that if a teacher were talking about, for example, the Stonewall riots or the murder of Harvey Milk based on their gender, their sexual orientation or gender identity or gender expression, those are still by federal law, not by executive order, but by federal law, protected classes. So if someone was talking about those, how does that fit in with, is that allowable in this, based on this amendment? I'm trying to understand how to reconcile that, or if it's a religious discrimination, if we end up with, someone who says, I don't know, that everybody who worships the color purple is evil, are they discriminating against purple worshipers? And I'm using that as obviously a euphemism for any religious organization, not intending disrespect to anyone, but to make sure no one thinks I'm singling them out. So I'm just trying to understand how that would be reflected in that, because this specifies only race. It doesn't talk about any of the other protected classes, disability, marital status, family, et cetera, et cetera.
Representative Cordelli? Oh, all right. We do have a lawyer in the audience if we would like to bring him up to question at all. You want to just identify yourself, please? Just identify and we haven't, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Attorney Ian Hewitt, counsel for Cornerstone.
All right. Do you want to ask?
Cornerstone is the only full-time Christian advocacy organization in New Hampshire. We represent over 100 churches around the state.
No questions? We don't have to ask him.
I think this gentleman has already testified and presented information to us under the original bill. He said that they are the advocates for parental complaints division. You have a researcher or you have a legal lead person who can more competent.
Okay.
An impartial lawyer.
Representative Murray and then Representative Terry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also do remember a distinct conversation and certain claims by the entity before us that had kind of made statements about undue pressures of certain entities, and then it was later explained to us the actual process that was that the aggrieved individual needs to go through, none of which first applies through the Department of Education. So with all due respect, the underlying bill was actually the topic that we are talking about was ruled by a federal court that this was unconstitutional and it is being challenged and litigated elsewhere. So I want to be very careful about what we are doing in this very moment.
Okay. Representative Terry.
Representative Selig raised a concern, as I heard it, about other protected classes with respect to the provision Romans 6, lines 23 through 25, which only identifies race. I believe what I heard was that there were other protected classes under federal legislation, under federal law. Federal law, of course. Therefore, it would seem to me that the supremacy clause comes into view here, because if, in fact, this provision does not include one of those protected classes, it does not mean that it is omitting those protected classes. It doesn't specify all the other protective classes, but it doesn't come into a direct opposition to federal law. And regardless, the supremacy clause is what matters here, and all of the other protected clauses are still going to be protected, even though they're not specified in line 25 and further.
All right. The question was actually, we wanted to hear from Attorney Hewitt, and I think we're going to say no to right now. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience that we have that we would like to use for reference? All right. Representative Cordelli.
Yes, I'd just like to go back to the educator question. And Romans 7 is taken directly from the Code of Conduct, and it does say teachers are included within the definition of this term.
Representative Murray. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess this question is for the sponsor of the amendment. Just reiterating a little bit of Representative Woodcock's question around the definition of professional employee educator. When we're talking about full-time, part-time educators, does it include both statuses, full-time and part-time?
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. It says specifically teachers, so I don't see any distinction that would be only full-time teachers. Because that teacher is working within the school district.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if it is a credentialed educators, what I was It says certified. So if the person is not certified,
It's a separate sentence that administrators, specialists, specialists could be a variety of people. I could look that up in the code also, but I don't know if some of those might not be certified as well.
Further comments? All right, seeing none, we're gonna take a vote on let's see where, on the amendment. All right, 1029H. And Madam Clerk, would you call, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is ought to pass on the amendment. Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corson,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
no.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So this amendment carries 10-8.
All right, now entertain the motion, Representative Cordelli. In a moment. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass with amendment 1029H.
Is there a second? Representative Nato. Representative Cordelli, you want to speak to your motion?
Thank you. Yes, I think we had a good discussion on the amendment, and the amendment does not replace the entire bill. Roman 1 about discrimination and application to laws still is provided for in the OTPA motion. In the original amendment, I should say.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we get underway here with that motion, I was just curious if this is being attached to the already ruled non-germane amendment, or what, now that we have moved this amendment, is it attaching to the non-germane amendment?
Right.
So, follow up again, if I may.
Yes, follow up.
I just want to make sure, would this HB 50 amendment 1029H would it have needed a disposition of whether or not it was also germane or non-germane, since it's being attached to a ruled non-germane amendment?
Representative Cordelli.
I do not believe so. Excuse me. Ms. Four, do you have any input on that question?
If further tweaks or changes need to be made, that's possible so long as those further changes are germane to the amendment. That makes
It does make sense.
Questions or comments? Anyone else? All right, the motion on the floor is OTPA. Anybody else want to make, you and your second were able to comment, correct? Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Okay. And the person who made the second? Did you want to make any more
No, thank you.
comments? Okay, thank you. All right. Any other comments? We're ready to vote? Nope, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just have that repeated again and how it relates to the original legislation put by,
From the attorney?
oh no, from Representative Cordelli.
Okay.
You know, how you said, yeah.
Right. Representative Cordelli.
I'm not sure I followed the question. If,
Did you say that some of the language from the original bill still holds true?
no, I tried to correct myself. It's from the other amendment,
Amendment,
section
okay.
1. Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This one replaces non-germane. Which replaces the bill.
Right. Yes.
Representative Murray.
Thank you for indulging me. I guess the reason I had a question was because line 6 specifically says replacing all after the clause with the following. So it is inserting an entire new section onto what was previously ruled non-germane. So that is where I was asking the question.
Attorney Ford, do you have any guidance here?
Where you guys are right now procedurally is you've taken up the exec session on HB 50. You have moved and vote on, unless you did vote on amendment 1029H. We did approve that. 1029H would amend the title of HB 50 and replace all after the enacting clause with the language of amendment 1029H. So that, what is in 1029H is what is on its way to be approved right now.
Okay.
Right.
That's what's on the floor. Right. Okay.
And looking at,
Representative Cordelli.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah, and looking at this based on the question, Roman 1 is not included in this, and it does say amend the bill by replacing all after the enacting clause.
Some conversation about other sorts of protected classes. And so if you open your red books and you look at the current RSA 19340, paragraph 1, my understanding was that would remain in law as it is today. This bill and this amendment would amend paragraphs 2 through 5.
Was that helpful? Representative Sully.
Sorry, and I acknowledge that I was listening to these hearings from home while recovering, so my understanding of all of this may be less fluid. So there was a hearing on a non-germane amendment, which we didn't just vote on. Instead, we're voting on an amendment, if I understand correctly, which is replacing the non-germane amendment with an amendment, but which would replace the whole bill, although the bill itself was repealing a bill, intended to repeal a bill that had been found unconstitutional. Is that, am I correct in where we are procedurally? And I just want to make sure that regardless of what the outcome of the vote is, that we're doing everything procedurally properly so that we don't get a call from the clerk saying, you know, you guys have to have an emergency meeting Wednesday morning to fix this.
We always welcome calls from the clerk.
We love the clerk, but we just don't want to have an emergency meeting where we all come back to re-discuss this.
Representative Cordelli.
I think that this all, the original non-germane amendment and this all are involved in the same section of law. And some of the exact language of the original non-germane amendment that we heard is embedded in this amendment as well.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to add to the discussion. It was said that the underlying law that the original bill seeks to repeal is unconstitutional. And I just want to add, it was said during the hearing that that is in the First Circuit Court of Appeals, and later in April, there will be results. So still up in the air, the constitutionality on that.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think to the member's point, it is for that reason that, I think I said that we should proceed with caution. And with all due respect, lines 13 through 15 on the underlying amendment change this discussion substantially, because we are yet again enumerating certain groups of individuals, and there are a plethora of I'm not sure why we're doing that, versus just having a larger discussion about what racism is and targeting racial groups. But yet here we are enumerating specific groups of individuals, and I'm not sure, why.
No? Anyone else want to comment? Seeing no comment, I'm going to, with temerity, move forward with the vote on the amendment that we have before us. The amended version ought to pass as amended. Amendment 1029H. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative LeBrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So House Bill 50 ought to pass as amended, carries 10-8.
Okay, and I declare it. All right, would you like to continue, or do you want to take a break for lunch?
We have 4 bills.
We have 4 bills left.
Madam Chair. Will there be, I'm assuming there'll be a minority? I shouldn't assume. Is there
Yes,
going
yes,
to be?
my problem. Murray,
I'm sorry, who
Murray.
is that by?
Representative Murray,
Murray? Okay, and ITL?
ITL.
Yes,
And,
okay.
and Representative Cordelli will be doing ours. Yeah, thank you. All right, go ahead. You're gonna.
Yeah, I believe I heard that you would like to take a lunch break. Okay. Is that all right? Can we make it a shorter, 45 minutes?
Sure.
Come back at 1:15? And I think we can finish quickly. I think. Okay, I think everybody is just about back here. We have 4 more bills to finish up all of our House bills, which will be nice. I'm not sure when we'll get the Senate bills, but the Senate bill is already executing House bills, Senate Education. So we'll see when we get theirs.
So we get it back after that, or do we just,
No,
no?
which?
If
the Senate bills.
they're executing our bill.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. So if
Then it
it
would just go,
go to the governor if it's passed.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or unless.
Right.
committee conference.
Unless a committee conference, correct. Okay, so let's start the afternoon, and maybe we can make quick work of this. Let's start with House Bill 557, which is relative to the information that appears on the school budget ballot. And Representative Freeman, do you have a motion on that bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do. I move that House Bill 557 ought to pass with amendment.
Okay, we'll do the ought to pass. Is there a second on the ought to pass?
I'll second.
Representative Litchfield, thank you. Representative Freeman, do you have a comment and a further motion you indicated?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pray that all my colleagues receive the amendment to 557. I want to move this amendment because effectually it reduces the amount of information, but gives enough information to be printed on the ballot that would be pertinent to anyone voting on a school budget. So what will be included on the ballot will be the average cost per pupil defined by the average daily enrollment of the preceding year, divided by the total expenditure of the district, the school district achievement proficiency scores, which can be attained from the Department of Education for the preceding year, to be printed as English language proficiency, math proficiency, and science proficiency. In the spirit of transparency, I believe this is a very good bill.
Thank you. And this is Amendment 1031, I believe, that you're moving on to pass on?
1031H, yes, it is, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Is there a second on the amendment? Representative Nato, thank you. Any discussion on the amendment? Yes.
I understand the A, I don't understand the rationale for B where it's a school budget.
Representative, would you like to, or anyone like to comment?
I will, Mr. Chair. The reason for Section B, and mind you, Representative Woodcock, this is not my bill. The reason for doing that would be to show many member who is voting on the school budget what the school currently is holding for proficiency scores. So this is kind of a checks and balances to allow people to see what's going on in their districts.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Similar question. So on the DPW budget, we're gonna put how many sewers are cleaned, and under the electric budget, we'll put how many boxes are fixed. I mean, why is this being specified? I don't understand why this B is on the budget. I'm not suggesting it's not good information to have. I'm just suggesting it's not appropriate on a budget, a school ballot budget. I mean, it's like taking every department in the town and saying, how many potholes you do? I don't get
Mr.
it.
Chair, might I?
You may.
So, thank you, Representative Woodcock. So what I would liken this to is when you go to buy a car and you see on the sticker on the car goes exactly what you're paying for. In the same spirit, I do believe when you're voting on a school budget, a school district budget, you get to see what the sticker is. So you get to see the individual categories that you are voting for or paying for.
Representative, would this be similar, buying that car and seeing the Carfax report?
Why, yes, it would, Mr. Chair.
But
Representative Murray.
the warranty for the car and the cost of the car and the money getting financed for the car is much different than the money financing for the education.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with all due respect, I think that these are questions that are best suited at the local level. If we are talking about a request for information from our school boards, this would be something that we would like a voter's guide, as we had previously discussed. Those would be questions that would maybe go before a town meeting day, SB2 process, a myriad of other things, not being mandated in state statute to be required to be printed on a ballot. And furthermore, I would then say that these things as well would be the same type of discussion at our most local level. That request could be made to be put forward on an article or some other, whether or not it should even be printed.
Representative Selig?
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my thoughts. I don't support the underlying bill or the amendment, quite honestly, because it feels to me like it's the state mandating what a town and local school district should be doing. You know, to Representative Murray's point, much of this, all of this information is available through the town budget hearing process, the school board budget hearing process. It's a very long and complex process, and having lived and watched it on both sides, people have the ability at any time to get involved in the process. And if they find themselves continuously disagreeing with it, they're welcome to run for school board and add these things, or bring for their local community to add these things to their local ballot. To me, it feels like another way of us taking over local control rather than leaving the decision to the school district itself.
Representative Litchfield?
So I just want to comment that I'm from one of the larger districts, SAU 16. I sat on a couple of the boards for many, many years. And still to this day, even our last school district meeting that we had a couple weeks ago, do you know that they still can't tell us at the co-op level, oftentimes the average cost per student? We ask it at the deliberative session, okay? With the BA up there on stage, no kidding. What is the unreserved fund balance? What was at the end of last year? I don't know. We've got a computer in front of us, in front of them. No answer. We can't find out what the year-to-date unreserved fund balance. We can't get that answer. We can't even get enrollment. There are people that will ask these questions, and then someone else in the audience is quickly trying to look it up and give it to people. So number one, the information, I'm super happy to hear that your districts have that available. Not all districts have this information available. Also, simply because you're spending more money doesn't mean better outcomes. These are taxpayer dollars. I think they have every right to know how the students are doing, even if it's a conversation starter so they get more involved and we improve the schools. I am pro-public school and I want to see things better. I think this is great.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one comment on it. You're taking one statistic of many that are valuable to school performance. It's one shot in time. You've had a person come in here that have homeschooled kids and are sending their kids in because they don't think that a testing score is an indicator of achievement. So if you can believe it on one side and then not believe it on the other, it's unfair. You can't just say that from this one statistic, this is how your schools are doing. And so that's what you're asking them to do by putting this one statistic on the ballot that has nothing to do with the budget.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would also say on the, for letter B, that information is available to every single person in New Hampshire, every single person in the United States, every single person in the world. Just go on the DOE website, you'll find it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to this being one statistic, the argument in opposition to this bill during the hearing was that it was adding more to the ballot. So the bill as written is A, B, and C. This amendment's only A and B. So the statistic, it seems to me, please correct me if I'm wrong, when you brought this forward, was to have less on the ballot but still be the same intent to kind of appease that concern. And the way I see this is we're informing the voters. Why not give them all the tools at their disposal? Sure, this information's available elsewhere, but it's not there in the voting booth with the voter, but this would make it there. It empowers them to make an informed decision. Why would we not want our voters informed unless there's something to hide?
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other question I have is I understand what you're saying, that this is a moment in time, this is one statistic. That being said, if it's that arbitrary, why do we keep pushing it for our homeschool students and our private school students? Why do we keep hearing those that take EFAs must take a standardized test?
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in answer to that question, why do we keep doing it? You folks want to judge public schools according to their test scores, right? I mean, according to the test scores. And what we're saying is, with the other side, as Representative Balboni said, the other side, they don't want to take the test. So you're having it you're trying to have it both ways.
Education Freedom Account students can take one of three methods to show proficiency: Portfolio, National Norm Reference Test, or the State Assessment Test. Representative Terry?
Well, as Yogi Berra once famously said, this feels like deja vu all over again. I'm hearing the same points being made, and they're not entirely incompatible or in disagreement with each other. One side, it appears to me, I'm hearing, or one argument is people can do this and people should do this. And the other side, people are saying, but this is what people don't have available, and this is what people are not doing until they do this. So if I may finish, to be clear, yes, people can go look up information on the DOE website. People can go to school board meetings and ask questions. People can go to SB2 meetings and ask questions. As a matter of fact, I'd like to see more people doing these sorts of things, but they're not doing those things. And we have to meet people where they are. And as I indicated when we talked about this bill previously, the fact of the matter is that when I see people going to the polls, as they did last week, and they're there inside the curtains for 45 minutes, it's not that they have a problem reading and they can't understand, they can't read the words. It's that they're reading the words for the first time and trying to understand what would be the right thing for them to do. So before we get people to where we believe they should be, we have to deal with people where they're at. So to provide this type of information, it seems to me, is entirely appropriate until we get to that day in the future when we wouldn't necessarily have to do this because everybody did their homework and everybody went to the DOE website, went to SB2 meetings and school board meetings. And so when they went to the polls, they didn't need this information because they had already researched it. But we're far from that right now, Mr. Chairman. And I think this bill is a service to the public. Thank you.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think making this a state mandate is wrong. I think we throw out local control when we want to use it or when we don't want to use it. It's local control is local control. So if locally they want to do this, they can. It's local control. We shouldn't be mandating it. And to Chair Cordelli's, yes, the EFAs and the homeschools can have their choice of 3 different things, but I don't think the results of those are publicly available. So we don't know how people are doing on their exams or portfolios or whatever. And we should, if so, we should publish those results also on the ballot so people will know how people who are using the EFAs are doing.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also with regard to line 5 and the previous, it says preceding year, it doesn't say anywhere in this amendment that there's any instruction to the voter that the information that is being printed is in arrears, in arrears. And that could potentially be confusing or misleading to the voter as well, because they could assume that it's the current year's enrollments, not the preceding year's enrollments. So I really, I want to again, just state that I think that this is a very much, as Representative Cornell said, and I have said before, a local conversation to have about how to have this information presented and whether or not it should even be on a ballot, rather maybe a voter guide. Like, I did hear some conversations about the desire to see those, but I think those are conversations for either your select boards or your school boards to request those voter guides. So.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do also want to state that I don't interpret this as a gotcha, so to speak. I also look at it on the positive, where people going to vote, their property values are often directly correlated to how good the schools are in the area are perceived. When you've got great proficiency scores, I do also think that it's great because people are at the ballot and they're thinking, you know what? I'm going to vote for this operating budget that's been put before us, not necessarily a default budget. I think it's a positive too, because people look at it like, wow, look at these outcomes. They're doing a great job. Yeah, I'm going to keep paying for this.
Representative Murray?
Point of clarification, I don't think anyone insinuated this was a gotcha anything. I'm just, the question that I have is whether or not the location for such things is appropriate, whether state mandates of this is the appropriate place for this and not on a town voter guide and not requested from the local voters at the local level.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk? And this is on amendment ought to pass on 1031H for House Bill 557.
Are you the chairman right now?
Hmm?
You're the chairman on this one, right? I'm getting
Yeah.
used to saying her.
Yeah, right.
All right. Vice Chairman Dry.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative LaBrie.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Corzine.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
Nope.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chair Cordelli.
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment passes 10-8.
Representative Freeman, is there a further motion you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to pass House Bill 557 as amended.
And second? Representative Terry seconds the motion of ought to pass as amended. Further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Okay, this is on ought to pass as amended, House Bill 557 and the amendment 1031H. Vice Chairman Dry.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative LaBrie.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Corzine.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So this passes 10-8.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to House Bills.
Reports.
Oh, yes.
Reports.
Yeah. Representative Freeman, you'll do OTPA.
With glee.
Thank you. And the minority report?
And
Okay.
ITL. Wait. Okay. ITL.
Okay. That's ITL, and Representative Hall will be doing it?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 749. If we could turn to that. This is requiring high schools to include instruction on the nature and history of communism. Representative McDonald, did you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 749 ought to pass.
Thank you. I have a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, and if all right, I do have a further motion. I'd
Great.
like to offer forward Amendment 1028H.
Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second that as well.
Okay, thank you. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes. This bill has been brought forward a number of times, and although I have supported it regardless, there has been some concerns brought forward, leaving other people unwilling to support this or unable to. And the amendment addresses some of those concerns, mainly by stating that this instruction in communism does not need to be a part of perhaps a social science course. It could be wherever best fit, allowing for, as we were just discussing on the previous bill, local control. It could be a standalone activity or embedded in an existing course. So this essentially adds 2 sentences to current law, and I'll just read them. A minimum of 1 hour of instruction in high school on the nature and history of communism. Such instruction may be provided as a standalone activity or embedded in an existing course. I think the use of the word nature on line 10 dictates somewhat how this would be discussed, and I think that is very important and relevant to the discussion. And I'll remind the committee of the fact that the prime sponsor of this is Representative Moffett, who brought this forward, and he spoke to it as well. But there are 2 co-sponsors of this bill, Representative Cambrils and Representative Popovich-Muller, as well as someone who testified in favor of the bill, Representative Polizov, who experienced communism in their places where they were born and came to America in search of a better life, and they speak very favorably about the need for this. So I would invite the committee to perhaps re-reference that testimony at another point or to speak to those representatives. But I do think that this is very much needed at this time, so I fully support this bill, and I think the amendment only makes it more clear. So thank you.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to comment?
No, thank you. Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments on the amendment to this bill? Representative Balboni?
I don't support this bill at all. I mean, I think that how much further are we going to go in and to dictate what needs to be in our local curriculums? As it was stated before, communism is already discussed in several different areas. Why are we specifying it's got to be 1 hour? How are you going to measure that? How are you going to know that whatever the day is that you're teaching it, that all of the students are receiving the instruction? I really think that we keep inserting all of these very specific requirements. I mean, and again, why communism? I mean, there's so many other different types of government that are out there that are already being discussed. So I find that this is really an affront to local control, and we keep putting specific things on our teachers, telling them exactly what needs to be done, exactly what they have to teach. So I will not be supporting it.
Representative Selig, did you have a comment?
I have a question.
Sure.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering where it could be part of a standalone activity or embedded in an existing course, if teaching Animal Farm would suffice as teaching communism, or if it's teaching a specific, like the actual ideal of true communism versus the practicality of how communism has evolved, or how we're determining what is communism versus social democracy versus an authoritarian, sorry, my mouth is stuck right now, authoritarian regime that claims to be communism, which is not actual communism. And so, you know, how is all of that going to be incorporated? Is that a middle school activity? Is that, this says specifically a high school activity? If it's been covered through world history in middle school, do we need to reteach it? And so I just am curious how that all is supposed to play out.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Taylor. I appreciate Representative McDonald's reference to local control, which is very good, except for this is exactly the opposite, that this is local control. But I would go back and say something more substantive. This is already in the 306 rules. It's already there. They just passed last year. We have a brand new course starting this July, next year, September actually, in World Civics that has this in it as well. You have this twice already in law. It was just passed last year. I mean, it can't be, I mean, granted the old The 206 standards are pretty old, to give you that. But they did update the 306s last year. They did update the new bill. It's gonna start next year. It's there. You don't need this. Thank you.
Sure. Further comments on the amendment? Questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk. This is on the amendment 1028H to House Bill 749.
Vice Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry, Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No, already there.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Okay, so this amendment passes 10-8.
Representative McDonald, did you have a further motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass as amended on House Bill 749 FN by Amendment 1028H. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman does. And so, do you have any further discussion?
Nothing further.
Okay. Representative Freeman, anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Representative Woodcock?
Somebody tell me why we need it if it's already in the new law starting, moving from a half credit to a 1 credit in September.
May I answer the question?
Yes.
I do not find this duplicative of those changes, but even so, I don't think an additional hour at minimum would be harming anyone to learn. I know the sponsor had mentioned that this could be accomplished for a video in a social studies course, and there's probably a number of districts that are already doing this, but I know there are a number that are not as well. And so I think there is a benefit to having this law. You may disagree with me, I understand you do, but I do believe that this is very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hall?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Can you name a couple of those districts that don't do it? You know, a number of them. Can you name them?
I don't know if it would be appropriate to name specific districts and call them out in a negative light, but to more directly answer your question, from my own experience when I attended in the Salem School District, my senior year of high school had an excellent teacher who was teaching a Cold War history class, and a number of my classmates wanted to stay after and not attend their classes to attend class with this teacher because he was doing an excellent job, and this instruction was not provided at that time. Granted, I've been out of high school, I believe, almost 2-3 years now, so I understand things might have changed, but maybe not too significantly. So I would say I did have this instruction, but it was in this one course, whereas a number of my classmates didn't have this. It was an elective course that I learned a lot from. So I guess to answer your question without picking on any district in particular.
But you know of some. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just want to state that for the record, when we heard House Bill 749 and now is amended, I asked the question. I mean, there are a myriad of other things that, as the aunt of Cambodian family members who did flee during Khmer Rouge, I fully understand the conversation about communism. However, there are a myriad of other subjects that we are not even touching with regard to racism and a myriad of other things. So I am concerned that this is being sexism, ableism, a myriad of other things that are not being taught in our districts. So I am concerned that, yes, the Ed 306s already require us to be doing this, and this is a duplicative sort of state approach to inserting a local control issue again on top of the 306s.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you. I understand the passion on both sides of this issues, but I think it's very important that we teach our students about communism. I mean, after all, they have thus far murdered 100 million people. And while all of those other issues are very pertinent, I think starting at this issue and maybe springboarding off of that definitely puts a light on something that should be 100 million people have died under communism. I think that's a pretty significant issue. Is it more than that?
I know we're running late. No one's questioned the value of the information. No one's questioned the value of the course. That's why it's already in the law. That's why it's already being taught. That's why they expanded from a half a credit to a full credit starting in September. It's already there.
Further discussion? Seeing none? Madam Clerk, ought to pass as amended.
Okay, Vice Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Oh, it's been a long day. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No?
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig. Nope. Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Okay, so ought to pass as amended passes 10-8.
Okay. And ITL, I presume, is the motion? Selig. And the majority is Representative McDonald, yes. And I'll turn the gavel over to Vice Chairman Dry. Yep. It's a good thing we've cut down on paperwork, isn't it? Hmm? This is for Thursday. Yes. This is 4:31.
Okay. House Bill 431, and I'm going to ask Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass, and I have a further motion.
All right. Is there a second on the ought to pass?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman seconds. All right, Representative Cordelli, you'd like to make a further motion?
Yes, I would like to move ought to pass on Amendment 0724824H.
Is there a second? Okay. The amendment number is 0724H. And is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Litchfield seconds. Representative Cordelli, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. This amendment, I think, is very important given the circumstances we are now in. There's been a lot of discussion about education funding the past few years, and this year more so. And one of the most common areas of discussion related to funding is with the costs related to special education. That is why I bring forward this amendment to set up a commission to look at special education, some of the processes and some of the costs related to special education. I think that two reports required, one in November, one a year from now in 2026. I'm hopeful that some information can be gathered this year, as well as an audit that's going on, and maybe come up with recommendations for legislation for 2026. So we're not waiting an entire year and a half for legislation that might be appropriate to address some of the issues to be explored by this commission. That includes looking at some of the processes, local district reporting of costs, DOE information on costs, and analysis of local district dispute resolution processes, for instance, that the state doesn't even know about, and we don't know if they're effective or not. Information related to, for instance, the Medicaid to Schools program, which can run over $10 million a year to schools. What happens to that money? Does that go back into special education services for our children? And what are the reimbursements, and who is doing the billing for that, and what are the privacy, are there privacy concerns if there is a third party doing the billing? So I think these are all important questions that need to be answered, and I think that this commission will be able to provide some valuable research and answers to some of these questions, and possibly put us on a road where we can address things that are working well and things that aren't working well, and possible ways to reduce costs while improving services to children with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Litchfield, would you like to comment?
No, thank you.
Further comments or questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you. This amendment has several problems that we heard about when we had the hearing. A lot of them have to do with, well, first of all, let's start with the membership. There are no local school district representatives in this category here. So if you're going to be examining the cost of special educations, you don't have the appropriate people in there that can tell you something about it. We heard how you need people in the field to talk about what the cost of related services are. We need people that are in the tiered group of specialties in terms of determining what levels of services, intervention services are required. There's, in terms of special education administrators, people in the field, there's only, as I can see, one special education educator on here. There aren't representatives from each level. Each level has different costs, different needs. Another issue with this is that we do know that the Department of Health and Human Services is already in the process of examining the Medicaid to Schools program, and that is a whole section of this bill here, so that's already being done by the appropriate people. And again, how do you... Special education cannot be just carved out of a regular education program. And we've heard again when people have brought forth bills where they want to separate, make sure that your special education buddies are only going to special education kids. It's impossible to do that on a school district basis, because if you look at who's responsible for the education of the children that have special needs in the classroom, it's not just the specialists. There are interventions that are being taken place in the classroom every day by the teachers that also teach the regular education kids. That's what, not every student is pulled out. So you're not going to be able to, if your goal, which is a noble goal, to get a handle on what those special education costs, this isn't going to, it's going to be skewed. You're going to be missing something, but more importantly, you also, you don't have representatives from a lot of the organizations that could probably help out. The Disability Rights Center comes to mind, and the Parent Information Center. So I feel that this bill is flawed in many ways, and I will not be voting for it. Thank you.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Representative Cordelli. With the current, with the amended version of this bill, the current composure of this commission, is the DOE representative going to be somebody who specializes in special education and who can address any of the local questions that may occur with special education?
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. The member called for is the Director of Special Ed for the department. But I've seen with other commissions where we overload the commission with memberships and make the commission unworkable in terms of size. The commission, I am sure, will be talking with a great many people and doing this work and calling and inviting a number of people to come and provide information. Speaking of special education, we saw how long it took us as a committee last term to come up with scaling down the membership of the state Special Education Advisory Commission, which had something like 41 members on it, and was dysfunctional. And it took us, I don't know how many meetings and hours to try and pare that membership down. So I think that very often maybe a little bit smaller membership and smaller commission can actually get more work done and still get information from the right mix of people.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for just hearing my opposition to this amendment as well. I think that it was also discussed by some advocates in the disability community whether or not FERPA issues could potentially come out in the event that the way the bill is currently written, it is looking to push forward a very aggressive timeline and looking at things such as Medicaid billing and potentially having HIPAA things unintentionally disclosed because of the way billing is being looked at. And so I do have some grave concerns about how this might proceed forward ahead of Medicaid undergoing the huge overhaul and information coming out that could be in opposition to the audit even that's not finished.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in response to an earlier statement, agreed that commissions can get unwieldy, and I understand that. However, I would say that on this thing, we have 5 members of the House of Representatives and 2 members of the Senate. They don't have the knowledge or the expertise that is really needed or they would have the background to make these decisions. So if you're actually asking for recommendations to come forward here, and you should have the people that are in the field having a seat at the table and what those recommendations would be. So if you are truly if you truly are concerned with the size of the committee, then maybe we can retain this bill and hang on to it and talk like we did with the other bill that the Parents Committee for Children with Disabilities and come up with a better membership that might be more helpful to what you're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Representative Seller.
Thank you. Just very briefly, and partly for anyone who might be watching at home, I just want to be clear, I'm speaking about the amendment. which I don't support. I do feel like it needs a lot of work, but I do wish that we had had the opportunity to keep the original bill, which I thought had been a good bill, and I'm sorry that we don't get to have that.
Other comments or questions? If not, are we ready for a vote? This is ought to pass on Amendment 0724. Madam Clerk?
Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzer,
Yes.
Representative Corzin,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig.
Nope.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So the amendment carries 10-8.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli, would you like to make a further motion?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 431 with Amendment 0724H.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Litchfield seconds. Chairman Cordelli, do you want to speak to your
Nothing further, I believe, at this point.
Representative Litchfield?
No, thank you.
Comments? Questions? All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, this is ought to pass on as amended on House Bill 431, Amendment 0724H. Madam Chair Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is a yes, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzer,
Yes.
Representative Corzin,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
Nope.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Okay, so ought to pass as amended 10-8.
How would the minority report be structured?
For the original bill. Yep. We've
Right.
learned something.
Okay. That's ought to pass. And who is doing the report? Representative Balboni? Great, thank you. And I'd like to call a 1-minute caucus if our group could meet in this office right here. Bill 292.
You don't know what number bill this is, Chris.
No. Yeah, we'll get a total count of how many bills we've done. And I'll also get you the list. There's 7 bills that we've retained.
Oh.
Now you're pushing it. Yes.
Thank you. Before we undergo this vote, are there any other bills that we were, quote, holding, not retaining? Do we have any of those left?
We've checked, double checked, triple checked, and we've finished our bills.
Okay. Thank you.
I have 64 originally referred to this committee.
Yeah, I had 65, so we're pretty in the same ballpark.
Yeah.
What's a bill here or there?
Maybe just roll one in your Excel spreadsheet.
Right, yeah, right.
I subtracted it.
Yeah. Okay, so we're on to House Bill 292, and I call on Representative Terry
Thank you,
for a
Mr.
motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having drawn the short straw and won the lottery for the chairman's free trip to the Bahamas, to Nassau, I move HB 292 as OTPA.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative McDonald does. And do you have a further motion, Representative Ferry?
No, it's late. No. Oh, yes, the amendment. Did I do the A?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, well, now I'm doing the underlying OTPA, yes. Yes, I'm moving the amendment.
Right.
Did I move the amendment?
Yes,
Okay.
to pass on Amendment 1030, is
So
that?
now I move that we OTPA, yes.
Right. Well, yeah,
I
first we'll
have
do
nothing
the,
further to say except this is a commission. This is not an action. The number of members have been leaned up, have been changed and leaned up a bit. The reduction would be 1 SAU per county to achieve greater efficiency, except for the carve out of any county that has over 100,000 residents, which I believe is only one county right now, Rockingham,
there's actually 4.
plus 3 others. And it doesn't include Belknap, so I don't know those southern counties, whatever they are. Thank you.
Right.
Just, the motion was OTP on Amendment 1030H.
Correct.
Yes,
I just wanted to clarify because I didn't hear those words actually said, so I just want to make sure.
Yes,
yes.
right. And I'll just, did we have a second to the, Representative McDonald seconds the amendment OTP?
And if I may just add,
Yes.
the counties we were talking about in order of populations, Hillsborough, Rockingham, Merrimack, and Stratford
Yes.
are over 100,000. And then the next would be Grafton, which has like 93,000. So reasonably foreseeable could reach that 100,000.
Yeah.
Probably not in the time of this, but maybe shortly after.
And I'll just add that we are not, in this amendment, moving to do that, but to look
Yeah.
at the possibility of doing
Study.
that. Yes. Further comment from anyone? Representative Cornell.
The committee makeup of the original bill, I think, was better than the one on this one. This one, the 5 members of the House of Representatives and 1 member of the Senate, but it also takes out a principal, it takes out a parent, it takes out teachers. It puts in the School District Governance Association. I don't think the people that are on this commission are the ones that have the best knowledge of implementing, changing school administration units. So, the 2 superintendents, one from a single district and one from a co-op district, it leaves out multi-town districts. So I don't think it's a good, the commission is not made up, I don't think, of the right people.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you. Also, if I look on the section that we've been talking about, line 29. It's very specific in what the expectation of what the outcome is going to be. So even though you're calling it a commission, you're already saying that it's going to come up with a top-down change. So it really erodes all local control. And I don't know, like a lot of the area where I am, you're seeing a lot of people that are unhappy with their SAUs, and they want to actually move out. So locals are saying around here that they don't want to be part of a larger unit. You're actually seeing the opposite, where they want more local control by actually leaving SAUs. And one other issue that I see here is when you talk about on line 10, two superintendents, you have one from a single district and one from a co-op district. There's an awful lot of superintendents that manage multi-town districts, which are quite different from the other two categories. Thank you.
I would just add that over on page 2, last year we passed legislation about merging SAUs. None have done so yet. It's early, but I think this commission would look at that merger process and the incentives that were put in place in that prior legislation that is now in law. That would be an additional responsibility in terms of mergers of SAUs. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do find it surprising that in the commission makeup that we don't have any representation from principals, teachers, or parents. And I know parents has been a huge focus of this committee to make sure that there's been a myriad of different voices on there. The other entity or group that is not enumerated here are students. And I do know that we had passed a state law previously that empowered student board membership to have a say in their community. So I just want to make sure that we are not omitting anybody with this amendment. And so for those reasons, as well as those that Representative Cornell and Balboni spoke to, I will not be supporting this amendment.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we're voting on another commission bill, I'll make the same point about the last commission bill was that, and also another colleague did mention that all of those people that aren't on this commission, is it true that they could be very easily accessed for information, even sit in on a meeting and participate in some of the proceedings? That's number one. And number two is this commission is primarily set to identify what the implementation challenges would be for consolidating school administrative unions. So this is not a commission that is set up to put forth a plan on how to consolidate them, but rather what the implementation challenges are for doing that. Is that not correct?
Further conversation? Representative Cornell?
Thank you. On page 2, line 36 report, the commission shall submit a proposed consolidation plan and report of findings and any recommendations for proposed legislation. So, well, the amendment just adds a part to the bill.
Correct.
The commission shall submit a proposed consolidation plan. So this is proposing consolidation.
Mm-hmm. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what we are trying to say is that the amendment is inserted into the underlying bill and adds an additional section. And so, yes, I think there is concern that there is a report being issued for how to consolidate. And further, like I stated, I think that there are direct implications to parents, students, teachers, and principals, whose voices need to be a part of some sort of membership and those are not enumerated here.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, I think we're ready for vote on the amendment.
Okay, this is auto pass on amendment 1030H. Okay, Vice Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes?
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass, and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So the amendment passes 10-8.
Representative Terry, did you have a further motion?
No, I would just replay back what I said earlier on the bill when I should have waited until this point to make those comments. So I'm reiterating, yes.
The motion is OTPA?
Your
is that-
motion is OTPA.
Right, thank you. Any further, second, Representative McDonald, yes. Any further discussion? Representative Cornell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to repeat again that page 2, and it says it twice on line 22, propose an SAU consolidation plan that promotes administrative and operational efficiencies. And then again on line 30, the commission shall submit a proposed consolidation plan. So I guess the findings of the commission are already in the bill.
Any further discussion on the OTPA? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Dry,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Corzine,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass, and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
So auto pass as amended carries 10-8.
And the majority report will be Representative Terry, and the minority report, Representative Balboni and ITL. Great. Thank you very much. Representative Selig, did you want to repeat the comment you made when we first started after?
That we are finished?
Yes, right. And thank you. So we will end today's work and our work on House bills for this year, and we all look forward to getting those Senate bills. Thank you very much, everybody. No, that's right.
Coming up for a while.
Well, no, we have to report them out. So Wednesday morning, early?
Meaning 2 days from now, Wednesday?
Yes, right, yes. And it's going to be quite, right. So,
They won't,
right.
right, I was gonna say, they're not in this coming calendar.
No, they won't be heard this Thursday,
Okay.
but our deadline for
To report
reporting on them is the 20th.
I understand.
Right.
Great,
So, if you can get them to me tomorrow, so much the better.
great.